Good evening, everyone, and happy Easter. Hope everyone had a nice weekend. So today I think I'll be doing another challenge from HackSmarter called Exception. It's a medium, I think it's a Linux box. So let's do that. Let me just update that stream title and we can get that started. Right, so I'm already connected to the VPN. Let's create the folder. I already have an IP address, so let's get this show on the road, shall we? Please do excuse me if I'm a bit slow today, but I've driven for about 4 hours today, and it was a bit of a long day, but here we are. So, just gonna run the initial nmap scan and start adding our nodes. So we have port 80, port 3000 and 22. We can start opening burp and setting the IP address there, so we have something to catch. Let's see if it resolves from a named host. Doesn't seem to be, and we seem to have two web services. Seems like AD is an Apache, and port 3000 seems to also be a website. Meteor CSS. Is that Rocket.Chat? In any case, let's start burp. And if I'm not mistaken, yeah, Meteor CSS, that comes from Rocket.Chat, but I'll have to double check that. Let's see. We need a browser for that. Let's proxy everything through burp, but I think it is Rocket.Chat. We can double check that simply. Yeah, it is Rocket.Chat. Okay. So we have a Rocket.Chat. Let's check the Apache port. see what's there. Actually, we don't even need that. Just do HTTP. And we have a bot. Okay, let's see where this API sends us and what it comes back with. I'm taking notes as I go, as I normally do, so we can have the nice write-up at the end. The scan is still ongoing. Let's check what went through the proxy. It's interesting, there's nothing. What's going on with the inspect network all? That's interesting. So there's no web request when we're sending the chat message, which means it is probably just JavaScript. Let's have a look. Page source. Okay, so it's just JavaScript. So there's nothing on the web page here to look after. So let's take a note of that. This means we can actually ignore port 80. That's not useful to us in any case. So let's have a look at Rocket.Chat. The initial idea is to find out what version of Rocket.Chat is. So the way we can do that is to grab an API request, and I think we can just do API/info. And this should be a GET request. There we go. So that's version 3.12.1. Let's register for an account. Test@test.com. See if there are any channels that okay. That was interesting. So we have a general chat here. We have an email address and we have localhost as a username. Let's take a screenshot of that. So, and we know he's an admin, so that's good. We need to do some digging for Rocket.Chat to see if there are any CVEs. 3.12.1. And there's a NoSQL injection in Rocket.Chat 3.12.1. That's interesting. So apparently this one allows remote code execution. But we need to be an admin to get remote code execution apparently. So let's see if there are any proof of concepts that will allow us to do that. So we have the CVE ID here. Rocket.Chat automated account takeover. Let's see. Okay, so let's see what this script does. Let's copy it locally and have a look through it. And let me make a note of the CV ID and okay, let's have a read through the script and see what it actually does. Email, user URL and password, that's for create user, and it basically sends the data. Okay, and it's using requests. I'm gonna make some changes to this. Proxies, HTTP 27001 8080 HTTPS 127.0.0.1 at 8080. So that means we will proxy everything through burp so we can see the requests going in. And then if we just find requests, get token ID, proxies equals proxies. Forgot password. That's gonna be a lot of requests for reset token. Oh yeah, because it's extracting it one character at a time. Because it's a blind injection, you have to do that. Change password. Let's add the proxies in there as well. Add it for 2-factor. And we have the RC request at the end. Okay, so what do we need? So for this to work, we need an admin email address. We need a password for the accounts, IP. No, this is the listener IP and listener port. Okay, and let's see how it does the RC. Okay, so it's a pure bash execution, giving us basically a reverse shell. Okay, that's fine. We can work with that. So let's open up a new terminal. Penelope 8443. So we have our listener on port 8443. Now let's see. What do we need to execute this? Request string hashlib JSON auth tool and rparse. I might have everything that I need, but let's check. 3 CV. Yeah, so I don't. Happy Easter. How are you doing, Lemon Tree? Go. CV. Okay, let's grab the requirements. Just requests and okay. So we already have the admin email address from the general chat in here. Which means we could just execute this admin email address IP 10.200.45.160 port 8443. And I think we need to specify the URL and the port. No? Thank you. HTTP. What's the IP address again? Was good. Went to see some friends today, so done a lot of driving, but other than that, all good. And now here I am. Okay, so the H is actually the host. So we have the admin email address, we have the user, we have the host, and we have IP and port. Okay, we don't need to specify the password because it's gonna try to set up a password on its own. And something happened. So it created the user test1 at test.com with a password. Okay, that means we were logged in. Yes, I am. I am on their server as well. If I'm not mistaken, I actually have the same username as on Twitch. Yeah, I should have the same username on the Discord server as I have on Twitch. Now, why doesn't the script actually execute completely? Give me just a second, I need to let the doggy in my office. Right, where were we? Why isn't this executing? So, it's creating a user. Oh, he is here. Hello. Come say hi. So if you hear any barking, you know it's not me. Oh. Feel free to join my Discord as well, and we can chat there. I'm sure some other people might have use for the same guidance, or yeah, send me a request, and we can chat in private if you want. Thank you. Yeah, he's a bit tired because he's been in the car for a long time today. So we got to the point of creating a username, and then it fails. Why does it fail? Let's see. Create user, then it should do two-factor authentication. But let's do some debugging. Of course, there's no formatter installed. Really? Well, thanks for pointing it out. Let me generate a new one. I've set the link to never expire, but here you go. Thanks for the heads up. Let me update the commands as well. I was wondering why nobody's joining the Discord. Oh well, you live and you learn. Okay, so is it? I think it's using spaces instead of tabs for the formatter. I'm not gonna spend time installing a new formatter there. Oh no, it's using tabs. Yes, okay. Replace. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Okay, so we get the successful authentication as, and it's not moving any forward than that. Okay, so we get the token data here. And then what's it trying to do? It's not doing anything with that data. It seems to be working for me. especially the one that I've posted now in chat. I've just tested it. Try this one. Actually, it's the same one. No, it's not. Sorry, a bit tired. If not, just send me a request, and I can we can chat in private afterwards if needs be. Oh, that's fine. Two-factor. Okay, so we need, apparently this one's looking for the two-factor for admin, but our username for admin is not actually admin. It's localhost. So we need to change that. Yeah. And now it's getting the password reset token. I mean, we should see those requests going into burp. Yeah, we are. Oh, too many requests. Did he manage to join the Discord with that link? I think he did. Okay, so it's extracting the reset token. No worries. This is gonna take some time because it's blind SQL injection, so it has to extract every character one at a time. But at this point, we are getting, yeah, we're escalating to admin, and we're doing the RC stage, which is here. Get token ID, admin URL, password. Yeah, so we are gonna be resetting the admin's password using the reset token. and then we can do the remote code execution. So we should be getting a callback once this is done. It just takes a long time. So where are you in your progression for OSCP? What have you done up until now? How many characters does it need for the password reset token? Oh, 43 characters. That's a long token. Oh, nice. So, well, good luck with your Security Plus exam. And I think you're on the correct stream to learn for OSCP as well. I tend to stream usually Sunday, Wednesday, and Friday. With Friday being a longer stream. But yeah, if you have any questions about what I'm doing and how I'm progressing through the boxes, feel free to ask. Also, I tend to post all my write-ups on my website, so you can have a go through that as well. Did I just kill the reset token there? No, I didn't. We should be fine. Well, we've just finished, I think last Wednesday we finished Dark Haven from HackSmarter, which is a 7-machine lab for Active Directory. Definitely recommend that one. And they have some other Active Directory machines here as well. Okay. Well, have a look at the command overview in the blog section as well. I think you might find that useful. Oh, thank you for the contribution, Asriel. Where are we at with the challenge? Oh, 46%. Almost there. What is it doing? Okay, so it's looking for meteor error. And if that's not there, okay, cool. Well, yeah, we did share the stream with Flora actually, and we need to do another one soon because we need to finish the machine that we started. So that was fun. Something's not right here with this request. I think it's going in loops now. By the looks of it, it's gone round back to the start. Yeah. Well, see? You said he's only doing Windows machines, or mostly doing Windows machines. I think you called him out, and now he's doing a Linux machine. Okay, let's have a look. Why is this one failing? Uppercase, lowercase, underscore, and dash. Okay. I would have done that differently, but whatever. Characters, payload. What headers are we sending? Just application JSON, verify false proxies. Okay. This one is now going back in a loop through all the characters and is not getting the next one. So I don't like that. Okay, well, if we manage to finish this machine soon enough, we might give him a raid, but we'll see. Because at the moment, we're having some issues with the reset token, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on. So, we know that the start of the token looks like that. And we know that we're getting an error. Let's see. Let's do it manually via repeater. So invalid users. I want to see a successful response so we can compare. Okay, so a successful response looks like that. And a failed response looks like that. Let's double check that. Okay. We might need to introduce some sleep timers there. Because we're getting timeouts. If we look at the requests here, we're getting timeouts because we're doing too many requests. So, and this seems to work. What we can do, so we don't start from scratch with the token generation, we can go to our script and actually copy the start of the token and place it in here. And that will basically request token.c. Okay, so it's taking the initial. No, you're not. Don't worry. I'm trying to focus on both sides because I do want to interact with chat as well as do the machine. So we've set the token there. We know that we have that, and we should. Right. Let's do this thing. So let's do it this way. If too many requests, in our text, is it time sleep or OS sleep or just sleep? I can never remember. Too many programming languages. Just sleep. Okay. No, time sleep. Sleep 1. Let's do it. Too many requests. Let's sleep for 20 seconds and we need to import time. Right. Now we've introduced a sleep timer in there if it actually reaches the time limit. So let's see. But the problem is, will it retry with the same letter again or not? No, it's jumping a letter, which is not good. Okay, let's kill the script, because that's not good. Basically, whenever we get timeout, it will jump the letter, so that's not okay. Let's try to make it time sleep. So let's do 1 request per second and see if we still get into this case. Last time it broke down at U. Yeah, so now it's slower, but it doesn't seem to lock us out from doing the requests, which is good. Oh. Okay. Still hasn't found it. Something is still not working as expected. Let's have a look. Let's cancel that. So that's our URL, that's fine. Have uppercase, lowercase. Well, glad you like it. I did get a comment on one of my previous streams to basically try to link that to the write-ups as well. I will try to do that. Not sure when I'll have time to link every single command with a working example for a box, but I'll give that a go. Why is this one not working though? Oh, but the intruder is going to be very slow on this version, isn't it? Yeah, of course I don't have... called? SG uppercase. Really? Oh, string, not strings. Okay. Paste. No. Clear. I need them separated. Well, good night. Hope you have a good rest, and looking forward to chatting about OSCP. So come back and let's have a chat. Okay, it doesn't split, but whatever. So that's what we need, plus underscore and dash. So why? Okay, let's have another look, because this one doesn't seem to be. This is the same request, isn't it? Yeah, it's exactly the same script as the one we have. That's not ideal. But they're doing a sleep of 0.5 seconds instead of 1 second, which should be faster. But they're using the same type of parameters there. Okay. Why don't we do the sleep of 0.5 as well, so we don't waste too much time. We've hit the limit again, so we need a 1 second delay instead of 0.5. So the exploit on exploit DB is wrong. That will hit the time limit as well. Right. Okay, so it's going back to A, which is not good. That means it finished the cycle and it didn't find... Okay, let's do a bit of research. What characters can there be in the password reset token? I'm not worried about the RC just yet because we're not there. What I'm worried about is why can't we get that token? Am I missing characters that should be allowed and I'm not allowing them? Let's have a look what other exploits are doing. No. So that's ends uppercase, lowercase. No, that's about it. Oh no, not LinkedIn. And that's not helpful. We're still using the same. That's annoying. Does this one actually return the secret? I'm just curious if we can actually get the password reset token that way. Instead of doing it one character at a time. Let's have a look. So is that a post? No, it's a GET request. Good. Send that to repeater. Query users I know. Let's send it via this, so it's formatted. Okay. Proxy. Of course, we've generated a new token, so of course it won't find anything. Right. So every time you start a script, you have to start from scratch. Got it. But I'm not interested in that. I'm only interested in the 2FA here. And apparently I didn't post this one through the proxy. That's why I'm not seeing it. Okay, never mind. Let's do that again. And we can cancel the script because I just want the query here. Success false. Okay. Oh, thank you for the raid, Pebble. How was your stream? Anything interesting? I've heard from one of the guys in chat you were doing a Linux box. Services password reset token. Let's see if we can get that token from here. Instead of using the actual exploit. Oh, nice. I don't think I've done Dark Zero. There we go. We can get the password reset token that way. So let's modify the script. No. We don't need that. We have the URL there, so we can just do URL. Proxies, and then let's try it out. Oh, thank you for the contribution, Bunibam. Let's see if we can get to get to an OCP style stream. That would be interesting. Do we need the cookies? I don't think so. Actually, we might need them because we need to log in, don't we? Yes. Yeah, so we need to log in first. So let's do the login request. Yeah. So reset token, email and password. Okay. Proxies, okay, login. That's wrong. Cookies and headers. Content type. And we can remove. No, it's already. So we have headers here. We can set headers to headers and cookies to cookies. And we can remove the burp set one. So now we perform the login. Perform the login, and then we get the password reset token as a one-time go instead of doing it one character at a time. But I need to find out where this is being used because we need to pass in the correct parameters for it. So we need email and password. And reset token should return just the token, so we can change the password for the admin. But for the time being, let's test it with just that. It will fail, I'm not concerned about that. Couldn't authenticate, why not? Let's check. Oh, it's trying to authenticate as admin, and that user is not correct. So we need in the password reset. User is our own user instead of admin. Target is the host. So this is where it's doing the token here, escalate to admin, and we're sending in admin. Let's send user as well. None by default, and we can do user if user is not none, else email. So we're sending user if the user is set, or just the admin email if the email is there. Now, what that means, when we're calling reset token, we should be getting the use the original user, which should allow us to authenticate, which should allow us to get that token. Let's see. Okay. And there we go. We get the token in here. Is that? Yeah, it's 43 characters. That's what we're looking for. So now basically what we need to do is get that from the error string. So reset token. Load text. And we have uncaught exception in error. So return error, replace, and that should give us the token that we need for the password reset. But let's double check. We can mark that as a variable. Where is it failing? CV 216. No, that's main. Create user, change password. URL token password in 106. Wait, what's the status code returned? No, so it's giving us a bad request, so that will not actually work because we're checking it for OK. Status code 400. Thank you for the follow, the insider. So we're doing status code 400. That means we're loading the JSON there. We're getting the token and we should be returning it properly. There we go. And apparently it's the wrong token. Why is it the wrong token? This username equals okay, so that means I'm not logged in correctly. This service password reset is undefined. Oof. So we've got that one going. So we've reset the password. We've got the token. And okay, so we still have to deal with two-factor authentication, even though the script was telling us there's no two-factor authentication. This is interesting. So the POC that we have does not actually work for this version of the code, which is quite interesting. So is there a two-factor authentication bypass? Okay. So we have the password reset token. Is the file around here? I don't think so. So basically we can get the secret for we're still logged in, right? That's password reset. This one. No, we're not. Great. So we need to authenticate again. Right. Login. That's fine. We just need to replace the token. Oh, and the password reset is being changed. Send forgot password. Okay. There we go. So we can get the token, but what I'm interested in to see if two factors enabled. Okay, so Rocket.Chat. What was the 2FA called? Services, TOTP, secret. Okay, so we have the secret for that, and we have the password reset token. And then to actually reset the password, what do we need? Let's see. Let's log out. Right, so we have the secret here. I'm assuming that works, and it's not changing. No, it's not. Okay, let's store that. And then the password reset token. That's that. What's wrong? So we have two-factor authentication, but why is that failing? Why is the password reset failing for that user? Let's check. They're still requiring the authentication there. So we are logged in as our test user. Please excuse me just 1 second. Sorry about that. My dog needed to go outside. Right, we need to send in some new parameters here for the two-factor authentication code. So we need to modify the script. Because we have the code here, we will have to extract it. We have the function. So let's implement, because in this exploit it's not actually implemented. So let's implement the two-factor function. So the exploit code that we got from GitHub is not complete. So let's implement it, shall we? We already have the functionality here. Where is it? Yeah, this one. So basically what we need is uncut exception, and we can extract the code. The same as we've done for the reset token. Basically, if two-factor authentication, no F8 detected, and we can just paste in there. TOTP token, and we're returning the token here. Now, where is this being used? Two-factor. So the secret is here. Escalate to admin. Yeah, we need to send in the secret. No, so okay. You know what? I'm gonna do new file. I don't like the way this is structured, so let's copy the main function, and then we can deal with the rest and the imports. Thank you for the follow, extremely big. So we need some functions here. We need to create the default user. And we need URL, we need an email, and we need a password, right? And we can copy that from the create user here, which is fine. So create user, we have the email, we split it, we send the email, the username, email, and password. That's fine, and that will just register a user. Otherwise, it will okay. Yeah, this is useless because we basically just want this function to create the user. That's it. We don't want it to do anything else. So we don't want it to change passwords. We don't want it to do anything of that sort. So we want, if the user already exists, that's fine. Email does not exist. Low privilege users created with email and password. Good. And we need the token ID. User exists. We are assuming that this is our user and we can log in with the password provided. We don't need to print out token data. We just need to return. So that means we need to create a function get token ID or copy it from here, which is fine. We already have that. Let's do get token ID. So we up until now we have the create user and the get token, which gives us the this is basically a login application, and it should give us a token ID for the cookies. However, from what I can remember, in there is another function in here that we need two of them. We need user ID and we need the token. So that's not good. Let's change it to this one. So get token ID. Thank you for the follow, higher senses. So let's change it to this one, and we can return a tuple being user ID and token. There we go. Token data is then going to be user ID and token, which is fine. We can extract it from there. So create user, and that takes in URL, which is target, user, and password. Let's test this out and then we can move on to the rest. Okay, and we are returning token data, so low user equals, and we can print out low user. There we go. So we have a login token and we have a user ID. Perfect. Now, based on the exploit, we need to trigger a forgot password, which is fine. We can do that for the administrator email. So we can copy that function here. I'm just gonna call this admin email because it's getting quite confusing otherwise. Forgot password admin. Wait, and URL. Let's move this one to be the first parameter and keep it consistent. So we have URL, target, and admin. This will trigger a password reset. Now we need to get the two-factor token. And we need a URL. We need a low user ID, low user token. And we can copy that from 2FA here, which is two-factor. We need this bit. And that is user ID, low user token, low user token. And let's put that as a parameter as well. Actually, no. And how did we extract? There we go. Email split 0, and that's the username. Okay. Target, admin user, low user 0, low user 1. So that will give us the forgot password token. No, that's gonna trigger the forgot password functionality. Let's add some comments in here. And then we need to also get the password reset token from the admin. So get reset from admin. And that's going to be a copy of this function. But instead of TOTP secret, we need to get, where is it? Password reset token. There we go. Which is target admin user 0 low user 1. Now we should be able to print. Actually, we should have the print already there. Let's test. Okay, and that means this is RE, and this is that. Okay. And we can basically just do that. We don't need data at all. Okay, so we got the TOTP, but we don't have password reset token. Is this one not returning? Let's check. So we have it through proxies. That's the TOTP. Okay, so we're sending in email here, which is not okay. Yeah, because we need admin user, not admin. There we go. Good. Let's change that to password reset token. So we have TOTP, we have the password reset token. We are logged in as a low level user. Then we would need to actually reset the password for the admin, right? Which we have the function here, but we need to add some parameters for that. Let's do change admin password target. No, that's just URL in the other. TOTP password reset token. And we need a password to change it to, and that is password. So, right, let's have a look at the code. Right, what do we need? We need reset password. Let's search. I'm looking to explain what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the parameters that we need to send in to be able to reset the password with the backup codes. So for that, we had here the other, which is server methods get password policy, which is called from the API. And I'm hoping the reset password is somewhere in here as well. So, server methods, let's see. That's in models, that's not what I'm looking for. Types, let's have a look in here. That might be a newer version. Yeah, this is going to a different commit. I'm mostly interested in this commit because this should be the one with. Let's register. Well, the best way to do it is, that's the same commit, download zip. HS exception, let's put it in loot, save. So we need reset password. Roots. But this is the front end. I'm not interested in the front end. We could do it through the front end as well, but I want to do it programmatically. That's also front end. That's sending the password email. That's not what I need. Where is it? Go back. So, server methods. Nope, I just need reset. And I want to only search in files. That are part of server and methods. That's not what I need. Can we search for? So we have two different routes here for call anonymous, but add route. Info, yeah, we've already used info for the version. Are we actually looking at the correct source code? Let's see. We need version. Oh wow. 3.12.1. Okay. Let's download this code. So we're doing a bit of a code review as well now. What I'm looking for, as I said before, there should be a way to pass in the parameters that we need for the authentication within the API itself. So that was in server and methods. Let's try to search again for reset password and see what we get. Yeah, that's the main one. Log, that's the client. I'm just interested on the server side. Nope. We could just try and do this. We need to log out. Come on. And we had, this is probably expired now, but let's see. Okay, so let's check if we can actually set the password. If this works, then we at least have the data from, okay, so two-factor authentication is required. Let's paste in the code. Token expired. So, there we go. That's what I wanted to find. Because we didn't know what parameters we needed to be able to send in that data. So let me just add that to the notes. Okay, so we now know the format that we need to send in. We no longer need to search for anything. So change admin password would be, that would need to look something along the lines of this. Right. Which means that would be the token. Pass reset token, that would be the password itself. The two-factor code is TOTP. Do we need the ID? Probably not. So we can just remove the ID completely. Right, let's test that and see if that actually works. But I think we might need to double encode this, as the other one was double escape, sorry. So it doesn't error out, which is fine. Okay. Do we call the change admin password? No, we don't. Right, let's see. Change admin password. And we need target. TOTP pass reset token and password. And that means the password was changed to that. Let's check. Why does it say bad request? I think I might have removed something that I shouldn't have. And it's giving me a bad request. Right, let's double check. So we have message. Oh, you know what? That's just annoying. So oh, I see what's going on there. We don't have a closing bracket there. So we have that one. Oh yeah, we're missing a closing bracket. Hopefully that's the case. No, still bad request. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So this one, let's go to the one that the browser sent, which is this one. Let's move that to the repeater and see. We have that one, which is, so we have message method, reset password parameters, square brackets, and the square brackets and here. So after the two-factor authentication, then we have the ID and closing brackets. And in our case, we have curly braces. We have one extra there. Okay. That's closing that bit. That's closing the parameters. And we need one more to close the whole thing. And now it's getting token expired. Okay. I know. I forgot another closing bracket after that. Now we're getting wrong token, which means, yeah. So the TOTP one is wrong. Why? Okay. I'm assuming that's the one we're sending. Yep. Hello. We're trying to exploit Rocket.Chat to do an account takeover for HackSmarter Exception. And we're failing miserably for the TOTP part. So we get the TOTP secret. Oh, thank you for the contribution. Did we reach 50% yet? Ah, we're almost there, 49%. So we are throwing TOTP secret, which is the one that we need for this case. Oh, wow, so we are at actually 51%. You guys do want to see me stream for 24 hours, don't you? Hey. I thought it would be interesting to do that as a community challenge, basically. What that means, I'll be streaming for 24 consecutive hours. The only breaks that I will be taking are basically for a bit of food here and there and bio breaks. The rest, 24 hours, we're gonna do 5 machines and including reporting for them. Let's see, can we serialize some data? Let's see, does that actually work in our case? No, because that's not available. Stringify JSON. There we go. Let's put that into, let's remove that because we don't actually need that. New file. So we got the secrets, we know it's enabled, we have the hashed backups, but we cannot use those. How do we use the secret then? I really don't understand what's going on here. Why this is not actually working. Because we have the secret code for two-factor. Let's see. And that. Yeah, that's the correct code. Sending in password. We have the correct code there. Invalid user. Does the server automatically reset the token? That's not it. Okay, so we have that. Now we can get the password place in here. It checks for the secret code, which is that one. And it says token expired. And now if I refresh this page, it's gonna give me invalid user. Yeah. Which means the token has been reset. Which token expired? So, password reset token. Let's do the forgot password token just before getting the token here. Maybe it has a very, very short... No, it doesn't have a short time span. That's not it. Oh great, we've managed to get the password. Services password, what was it? Why does this say chatty.htb? Is this a copy of a hack the box machine? Let's see. I'm quite curious now. If this is a copy of hack the box machine, then I'll be quite upset. No. That's Chatterbox. Let's see. Is there anything similar to this? No, that's different. Okay. There we go. A few more web servers, but Anyone knows if Chatty was actually a box on Hack the Box? Let me check. Reload. If that's the case, then I don't like it. Yeah, I cannot find anything. There's Chatterbox, but it doesn't. It's not the same thing. Okay. Well, let's get back to it. Not sure why the token doesn't work anymore. So we have basically the verification tokens for the email and all of that. We have the secret for TOTP. We even have the password bcrypt. Let's try to what's the hashcat? I doubt it will crack, but bcrypt 3200. Sorry about that. I've managed to punch my microphone. Anyone got any ideas for this? Because maybe let's give it a different user. Don't think that's gonna do anything different, but no. We just created another user. That's about it. Okay, I'm gonna reset the machine and see if that's gonna do anything. Come on. Seems like the machine boot up is having some issues now. This port 80 is running fine, but 3000 is not. I think we can close this one. Don't think the password is meant to crack. Okay, so we've got this back. Let's test with a new IP address. No. Let's see what else we can find, but so we know he's admin, we know the name is Chatty, username is, we have that. Just a second, testing something out. How did... okay. Still gives us token expired. I need to change the timestamp here. Maybe that. No. I wonder if the TOTP expired on the server is no longer recognized. I cannot really think of any other problem here. Any ideas, anyone? Actually, if someone has done the box, I would be grateful to see if they've done it recently. If not, I'm gonna have a look at maybe something in their Discord server. Actually, UTC offset, this might be interesting. That's today. The last login is 23rd of Feb. I wonder if we need to set our time zone for the TOTP. Although that shouldn't really matter. That's what I tried, but it still fails. That's what I'm saying. That secret should be working instead of the generating a TOTP, but it's not. Because in my exploit here, I actually had it TOTP. But I'm always getting the wrong token here. So I'm sending in the secret correctly as a two-factor authentication code, but I'm getting back a wrong token. I'm just gonna try something stupid and actually add this to a two-factor authentication application and see. QZ KO. Yeah, so I've tried generating a 2FA code and I've tried so that's an O. 4 YD 6. Let's see. Let's generate the password reset token. Get the password reset token. And of course now the box is not responding. So not even adding that as a So I've added the token, the secret to two-factor authentication. But I've done the generated the token through an actual TOTP application. But let's see. What the? Okay. Seems like my call is going nuts. Yeah. Thank you for that, Kali. Let's see. Nope. Seems like Easter is not a very good time for hacking, is it? Nope. Right, let me see. What's the time zone? Where is it? 5.5 UTC. But it doesn't tell me if it's up or down. 21. That's updated at. UTC offset 5.5 time zone. Oh yeah, of course I cannot change my time zone from there. List time zones. India, but we do have no, we don't need America. The problem is I don't know if it's minus or plus. It just says offset, and it doesn't actually give me the time zone. And this one is telling me that it's been updated at 9:55, which is about an hour and a bit ago when I was still working on this, so I think that's not the problem. So the date in the response is telling me it's about an hour behind. So it's just GMT. Someone sent me a script on Discord. Let's see. So it's authenticating with username and password. Okay, so it's basically doing the same thing as we are doing. Let's test it out. Maybe my script is wrong. So what do we need? Target, user, password, email address, admin username, and command to execute. Okay. So we have target, which is this one. We have username. We don't need the password, do we? No, we do. Okay. Username, password, email address. We can remove IPM port because this one doesn't work that way. Admin. And I think the last one is taxi, and I just want ID. Oh, user not found. So I was able to log in. Let's see. Okay. So this one seems to work. What's different compared to our script then? Let's have a look. Sending forgot password. Leak field. Yeah, this is what we're doing as well. The same TOTP secret as we had. So, TOTP secret. Request password reset. Yeah, we've done this one as well. Password token. Apply. Reset token. Ah, it's using a different library. Let's try that one. And it's still failing. That's annoying. Anyway, let's just get the reverse shell. At this point, I'm just annoyed. I'll figure out why the script, my script doesn't work afterwards. Bash 10 200 45 160 8443 There we go. That was a bit frustrating. I do need to figure out why my script is not working. Judging by the fact that we're using the same TOTP secrets and all of that. Anyway. Okay, so we're in a Docker environment. Okay. I'm assuming wget is not here. Of course. Crawl. No crawl, no wget. Okay. Oh, that's a lot. That's gonna probably kill the shell. Yeah, that's probably gonna kill the shell, and I don't want to do that. Let's see what else there is in here. So we have a username and a password. We have Ron with sorry, my music stopped and I don't know why. Right. Well, we have a username and a password, and we know there's a SSH running on there. We could test that, because there's bash history. What the? Okay. That's empty. Cool. Let's test if we can actually execute something if we have SSH access. So it's run at, what's the IP address again? Because we know there are just web, SSH, and Rocket.Chat. And that doesn't work. Or maybe I didn't copy properly. Nope. So SSH doesn't work. No, there's nothing there. Do you think it's case sensitive? Let's test. Okay, so you were right, it is case sensitive. No worries. So you do have SSH access. And we get the user.txt file. That's interesting. Okay. So no password for sudo to check log clean. Let's see. What is that? It's an SUID binary. Okay, so it seems to be doing something with nano and var log, but we can execute it and see what happens, right? Oh, let's just execute it, because we're only allowed to run clean. Oh, and we get okay, so nano okay. So reset. What was it? RX. Or should we do bash? Nope. Oh. And we're root. Oh yeah, because it's sh. So we found the root flag, but I'm still annoyed as to why our script is not executing. So we've basically done the box. I don't care about that anymore. No, because we've got root, but I still want to get my version of the script to run. HS exception exploit, and that is this one. So let's have a look. So we get the secret, just like this script. We get the password reset token after we've asked it to reset the password. Let's just check. Forgot the email. Yeah, that's all fine. Leak field with user ID, auth token, target username, which is fine. We're doing that as well. And field path is what we're doing. Is there any setup being done for this one? No, there isn't. The only difference is they're using username here to authenticate. That's the password. Let's use this version. It's cleaner because it's using JSON dumps. So let's have a look. Wrong token. Make it make sense. Don't care what it's executing. So this is their token. That's my token, which is the same. TOTP secret. This is the only thing is maybe I'm not leaking the correct reset password token. No, because then it would give us a invalid user. Yeah, it's the same one. Any ideas why this might be causing such issues? Oh, here, because I actually have, I'm passing in the email address. Thanks for the follow, the real 6 toes. So if I do so I'm getting I'm passing in the email address and I need the username basically. No, he doesn't split it, but he's using the username sent as a separate parameter. So I'm basically using less parameters, but getting the username from the email. Because you need both. You need both the email address for the password reset. That's where this comes into place. And then tag A is being used to leak the fields. The only difference that I can see, I'm passing my requests through burp. The script that you send me, Simbad, is not proxied through burp. No, still failing. It was just a the authentication works, so that's not the problem. We're doing a create user there, or authenticate if exists. Yeah, let's do that. So Because for all intents and purposes, both scripts are doing exactly the same thing. Just one works, one does not. Okay, so we have our, let's run exploits through burp as well. So that doesn't work. Okay, which is from here. And this is the error. Now let's run this one. There we go. So login, login. That's fine. Then we have TOTP secret. TOTP secret. It's the same result for both. Forgot password email. Then we have the password reset token in both cases. This is my failed attempt at reset password, and this is it fails for him as well. And then he just logs in anyway, even if it does return an error. Let's check. I don't care if this one returns wrong token. Print get token ID admin target password. And we need to authenticate with the code. So we need, okay, we need a different login format for the admin, which is fine. We haven't done that. Yeah, you will have to do a lot of code review as well for OSWE. My concern here was I'm getting an error, but apparently the password is reset anyway, and seems like the script that Sinbad sent me is getting an error and then is logging in anyway. So let's do a login as admin. Yes, it is going to be very frustrating if this actually works. So, where's the login from? Exec via webhook, which means he's doing the login. Yeah. So this is. I just need the payload because I don't want to generate it again. I'm gonna use the same. So we have password, hex digest. And we have email. Okay, and so instead of get token ID for the last step, we do target admin, and we need to generate if we get a successful ID. This is, as Simba said, this is going to be quite frustrating. Or does this exit? Yeah. Right. I don't care about that. No, we're getting could not authenticate. Oh no, I need to send in the username, not the user email. Admin user. No, because I've created a new function called login as admin, and I've put URL first. The get token ID, which is the normal low-level user authentication, that gets the URL second as a second argument. So target user admin password. Yeah, it works. So basically I've spent an hour and a half looking at the script because this one returns an error while it still updates the password successfully. Yeah, thank you for the contribution, Simbad. I think there is no real error. I just got, not sure if you can see my burp screen here. Basically, when you try to reset the password, it's asking for a two-factor authentication code. We've generated the code, we've added the new password and everything, but the password reset function is returning an error, even though it's actually updating the password. So to prove it, I'm gonna change the password to something else. And I'll need to send in a new user. So let's use Psycho. So it's creating a new user with the password Psycho, and it's updating the password for the administrator user to Psycho, and it's still logging in. But if you look in the logs, it's giving an error for the password reset functionality. I'm not sure if this is intentional, because this is in Rocket.Chat. I don't think they would have updated Rocket.Chat just to create this issue. Let me check the script for password update. So it's only checking for 403, and this one's actually returning a 200. Okay. So I should have looked at the response code. I was looking at the message, and also there's that success true, but I was looking at the error message within the message field. Well, that's my bad. Yeah. Well, this is something that you might find in OSWE. Errors like this that would throw you off. Well, the error was basically on my side. For not noticing that it does return success true. The response code is 200. But this is just nonsense, basically. Yeah. I wonder if Rocket.Chat actually changed this in later versions, because this is a very old version. Anyway, let's finish our own exploit script, because we wanted to do this. No, so I was looking at the message, and it's saying meteor error, and I was looking. Oh, okay, TOTP required. I even tried it in the browser, and it gave me wrong token expired. Actually, we can test that. Where is it? Let's use the other script. That one. Because this is another thing. We've actually tested this in the browser. So what we can do is repeater password reset, get the new reset token, So we're on the password reset screen, and it's gonna ask us for two-factor authentication, right? Python 3. We get a two-factor authentication code, and it gives us token expired. Even the UI is bugged. Yes. So the password for that user is now changed. If I go to, let me copy the password because this is the password. And if I copy the username from somewhere around here, so yeah, the password was actually updated, but it fails. It says it fails, even on the UI itself. So not just in my script. That's a bit annoying, I have to say. Now let's finish the script because I do want it to give me an RC as you execute it. What do you mean? In which vulnerability? The Rocket.Chat one? So for the Rocket.Chat vulnerability, you have a local, a low-level user. So I've created psycho at whatever exception.local. And then with that, you use the NoSQL injection to basically exfiltrate some data from the database, like the password reset token for the admin and the TOTP secret. With that, basically you can reset the password for the admin, and that's your privilege escalation within Rocket.Chat itself. And now what I want to do is actually make the script give me a remote code execution, because I am passing in the IP and port. So let's go to the original CV, and this is the RC function. Or I can paste it here. No, so I'm not gonna use this. What I am going to send in is AID, a token. I don't need a secret. I just need an IP and port. Yeah, I'm not sure if this would fall under 620, because the password does change. Does change. What would it fall under? Something around. Let me check. Yes, but neither of those, because the original issue is the NoSQL injection. If the NoSQL injection was not there and you could not exfiltrate the token or the TOTP secret, the mechanism functions as expected. The user would get an email saying, here's your password reset link with the very unique, very secret password reset token in the email body. So that's what I'm saying. Without the NoSQL injection, the password reset mechanisms is perfectly fine. Oh, no. We've actually exfiltrated the TOTP secret and we're generating a valid TOTP. So I think for the actual password reset functionality, the only thing that I could say here is maybe verbose error messages or something like that. No, so the full exploit chain is you find the NoSQL injection based on a CVE. You already have the username and password, well, the username and the email address of a local admin in Rocket.Chat, and then based off of that you can execute commands. I don't need any of that because I have the AID NA token. Oh, no worries. No worries. Okay, so we need a username as well. Okay. AID a token. Okay. So what we can do now is RCE target a user 0. Oh no, it's admin user first because it's the username. A user 1, which is the token. We need the IP address and port. We have a shell listener there, and if we run that exploit, we should get a shell back. He says. Yes. So in the end, what we started doing with the exploit was correct. The only difference was we should have paid more attention to the response code. Now I'm curious if I can use the other library to generate the token instead of the one used in that. It depends. For this one, I wrote my own exploit because the POC that I found on GitHub didn't work. So, thank you for the follow, Portbuster. That's the only reason why I started writing my own exploit. If you're looking at doing OSWE, you will have to write a lot of the exploits there, and they are expecting to see an end-to-end exploit in one script. So if you have to serve files and you have to run commands, you're gonna have to do multi-threading and do that as well in Python. So it's a good practice. Oh yeah, I said I wanted to use the other script to generate a TOTP. So let's do that. Actually, copy that, and then copy that. Yes, so both libraries work. I've removed the token from my phone authenticator, but I'm assuming that would have worked as well. The only problem was we didn't check the code. That's not bad. Cool. Any questions about the exploit or what we've done here today? A bit frustrating, but it does reinforce that you need to pay attention to what you're doing. So, as always, I will be posting the write-up on my website. Happy to chat through what's been happening and what we've done on Discord as well. I think I would still do OSWE first, and then OSEP. Yeah, I don't know why there's a reference to chatty.htb. That was weird. I had a look. There's no chatty machine on Hack the Box, at least not one that I can find. So not entirely sure what that's all about. Let's see. There's no reference to that. It's possible. Or maybe it's part of some other labs that I don't have access to in Hack the Box, but yeah, that threw me off a bit as well. And apparently the name that they've used as well is Chatty, not just the email address there. But in any case, let's see, can we find someone to raid? Of course, there's, as always, nobody that has a cybersecurity tag and is streaming at this time. To be fair, it's 12:30 my time, and yeah, there's not many people online. So let's see. How about some game development? If there's no hacking involved, at least, yeah, let's do a game development stream. So thank you all for watching. See you on Wednesday. Have a nice rest of the day.